I want Elon, but I don't know if I should skip Elon and get the character that comes after Elon or the character that comes in 4.2. I don't know who that is, but if I do wish on Elon and I lose, then I have a guaranteed of the character I want in 4.2. But if I win, then I also have a good character for my Hugh Tao team. So there's like mixed feelings about it.
Good old caravan rebot. Huh. Now let Paimon think. What were we up to the first time we came here? Oh, Paimon remembers. Nahida's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor. But we thought so much time has already passed since then. And it seems Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahida's in charge, right?
Now, if I do lose, the character I want to save up for would probably be Raiden if she comes back, or the Hydro Archon. Those are the two characters I'm hoping I can get my hands on. I also want a Yelan.
Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time. And then Nahida won't have any more new problems to deal with. Yeah, guess you're right. We somehow always find, come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble.
Don't put it that way.
Huh? Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool and sucked out into sea. And even then, you fished Paimon out.
So, you were trouble?
Anyway, for Nahida's sake, maybe we should think about head.
Ah, look who it is. Running into you in a place like this?
Was good,
I can
Dia?
see you two still love wandering around.
Oh, it's Dia! Since when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious business. Even though it may have nothing to do with our journey. But never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away.
What you looking at, buddy?
Are you serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all.
You see the way that buddy looked at us?
Never stay for too
I
long
heard
in
something
one place.
interesting. Travelers leaving for 14. Oh, buddy. I found some scoop. I'm gonna pause them to see what they're really after. Head ass, who you think you are,
Bumping into
buddy?
like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking about it. Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
Thanks, but no need.
She's not like she about to cry, buddy.
I had no clue you'd miss us so much.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle.
It's time to go surf up, buddy.
When are you leaving?
Right now.
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now, where's that list Paimon made?
Who give a damn about your food, Paimon? We got to go. Hey, but you want to say something? Come say it to my face.
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this. Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida? Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler and Paimon.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
We'll be back, nigga. I promise. What is this, bro? Why did the game do this? How the heck we get all the way over here? Get it? Give us a cussing walking in sand. You're not suspicious. I can see to you. This is my point of view. You want to charge it, but I'm using the charger. But in 5 minutes, my control will be dead. No, it's not okay. You'll be fine. Now look at here. We got some boats down there. We're about to glide, right? Huh. So let's switch up the team real quick. Okay, this is the animation you're talking about. Interesting, interesting. That's very interesting. Okay, now. Damn, that's some big damage. So, yeah. Since I first seen her, I always wanted her. I don't care much about her brother. There's another character from 10 I want.
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it! Oh, this must be Fontaine's port! Wow! Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine! Paimon's heard that the industry here isn't just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do! What do you think?
I kind of wonder how long Fontaine's story is gonna be like. Let's meet the Harkon Archon. Does she want to meet you? Come on now.
Yeah! Nahida gave us loads of useful information.
She's gonna look at you like, lock them to cages,
Probably still
lock
our
them
best
up.
source for information at this point. Yeah, the more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think?
I kind of wonder how long
Will we
this
get along?
Archon story gonna
Nahida said that
be.
she has
You
a
know?
very unique To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
Don't you?
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him.
Did someone
I
die?
thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I
He
was
died?
expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened.
Are they
Still,
talking
his
about a
story's
movie?
Quite the tearjerker.
Or is it a book they read?
Excuse me. Can I help you two? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Lynette, there she is.
Hey, we're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be really busy talking about some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
What? The way you guys were talking, I thought you guys was talking about some kind of movie or a book. That plot twist was oh, the way that person died. That plot twist really was crazy. You would have thought they were talking about a movie, right, or a book. They. All right, let's just continue the story. I don't know, bro.
Really? Like, a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like some kind of story.
Right, right.
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And
No,
what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on
not
an
really.
act while
Most
harboring ulterior
most stories are.
motives.
So I don't know what you got the idea. If there really is a real story that's actually made in real life that actually happened to somebody, let me know. Let me read it. I'll read it.
Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough.
What's wrong
Oh,
with you?
but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese.
Was
or
she
more commonly
listening?
known as just
They
the
said
Opera House.
she's. They're new to Frontaine. I don't think she was listening because apparently she said they said that when we first stepped up to those two. Oh, we're new to Frontaine. All right. Okay.
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
Hit you with the hey, take that back. If you don't know, then put your mouth into it.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence,
I could just imagine,
we
bro.
have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette.
I could just imagine. Oh, that person died. It was just part of the movie, you know? Like, what? Did you just hear what you just said? That person died, and this what you say? It was just part of the story. You know, they had to die.
As well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
It's injustice. It's gonna be a nation of torture.
Pure trees? Is it some kind of machine too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance.
I don't like when people do that.
Wait,
They call
Paimon
themselves
almost
in
forgot to
third
ask the right
person.
question. Do you know what we should do if we
Instead
want
of
to
saying
check
I
out
like
one?
it, they say their name. Like for example, if I said, "Oh, that's cool. Soji likes that." It make me sound stupid. Instead of saying I like it, you gonna maybe they say their names. Paimon curious, bro. No, just say I'm curious. I feel like she's gonna be the most hard person to meet. Like every Archon. Oh, you want to meet this Archon? Oh, I can find a way for you to meet her. You know how long it took us to meet Raiden? I mean, it didn't take us that long, but still.
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
What? You're telling me it doesn't take us long to meet the Archon? Just go to our house. Hey, you in here?
Huh. I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult.
I knew it.
You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Is she a doctor? Is she working in a hospital? Making an appointment?
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff? Wait, didn't you say that she's always at the Opera House?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she
Maybe if
may
you
get a
blew up
little
the city,
bit
she might came out and say,
people
"What
can't
you
get
doing?"
enough of her.
Oh, let me stop. Okay, let me stop.
First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before. Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon
Yeah, I suppose you could say that.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
He was being respectful to
Yes,
tell him the
you're
truth.
right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
For talking trash about, oh nah. Oh, they injustice justice. Oh no, buddy. We're gonna have to fight. Oh nah. You say something about our oh, you get arrested, you going to throw you in jail. What? Are you serious? Excuse me, bucko.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
I doubt that, bro.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the... But who knows how long making an appointment will take?
Let me look at them like, you're not telling the truth, are you?
Hey, what are you looking over there for?
Huh?
Huh. Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she?
She looking like, I believe I can fly. I believe I could touch the sky every day, night and day. Fly away. I believe I can soar. Do those open doors. I don't know the whole song. That's the rest of it. Of all I know.
Maybe we better go check on her.
Hey, don't jump. Your life is important. I can't, bro. I'm having too much fun. All right. So, yeah. Let me go ahead and heal myself, by the way. That jump hurt me. Oh, actually, how much money do I have? How much would it get her 90? I finally got Lynette. The one of the characters I wanted. She's a sword user too? What sword do I have for her? Do I have a good sword? Oh, I can probably give her this energy recharge sword. Then we also have this one. Got this one. First, let's... HP. So, why? I'm curious. I wish I could try her out. Can I? Wait, is she in a banner? Let me see. That's what I mean. Is she... I want to see if I can try her out. Right here. Yes, I can. I'm curious. Okay. What kind of sword are they using on her? What the heck? What? That is Sing Shou's sword. Why? Why am I getting frozen? What is this? Getting frozen.
Body and mind.
Nice and spicy.
Witness the power.
Cue the spotlight. Over here.
As you wish, mein Fräulein.
Surprise!
Rain cutter.
Nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. I think that was quite boring, indeed. If I have to be honest, I'm a bit the boring thing I ever done. Well, continue the story. Hey, I'm with the Fontaine. I can imagine someone just looking at the water. Don't jump!
Hello there.
Huh?
Hey, she's a star.
I'm fine.
Oh, okay then. We
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids.
you're pointing at the sea.
Though people call the waters around Fontaine a sea, it's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water. And no, I can still see that hill clearly in my memories. Now, it's been completely submerged.
Does she know the
We
difference
would
between
skip
the ocean and
jump,
the lake?
tossing sand in the wind. But now, the water... It won't be long before it swallows us.
Wow, we get to get refreshed.
Doesn't really get what you.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are
No.
you Lynette's new friends?
We just met Lynette. Like, what kind of quest was that?
Oh, and
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern.
I hate his
Now,
outfit.
allow
I'm
me to
sorry, bro. I
introduce
can't
myself.
stand it.
I'm Linny, and
Remind me
this
of
is
a
my
male
sister,
stripper, bro.
Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We were just talking with your sister. Even.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact,
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always.
Paimon, don't refer the traveling you to you. These guys. These are celebrities. Stop.
So that's how you think it is?
At least I said it, right? The traveler never talks because her line's always taken. Paimon answers for the traveler. And why is the name? Why did they get called a traveler? I wonder what nicknames they're gonna have this time.
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
seems you were right, Paimon. We
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now.
He
Well,
looks
I
actually
suppose
cool.
prophecy
Forget
isn't
what I
exactly the
said.
right word,
This guy
because
looks
that
kind of dope.
implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now.
His outfit's too unique though.
Where to begin?
This guy remind me of a male stripper, bro.
Let's put that question on hold for a minute. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler.
That's crazy. He went straight to her. Oh, you didn't forget Paimon's here? What are you looking at her like that? Why are you looking at Paimon like that?
And hello, Paimon.
You're quite strange, buddy. Damn, my throat feels like it's burning up. What's going on?
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poop.
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette.
Oh! Alright, by the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House.
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here. Please, follow me.
I get suspicious of him already. The way they're inducing themselves is kind of weird.
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
They ready to throw us in jail. Oh, you're from abroad? Bet. I seen some cages to send for my guards. That's not the Archon. But she looks cool though. Alright. I need her, bro, in my life.
Huh. So, she's the Hydro Archon? But how did she know we were looking for her?
No, she didn't. Calm yourself. Let's continue.
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu. As you can all see, two unfamiliar travelers have arrived. in
What
our
is up
nation.
with her eye, buddy?
Let us make a toast in honor of this
They're
traveler
two
and
different-
her companion who have journeyed
Col-
here from distant lands.
They're two different colors of blue. Bro. There's two different colors of blue. One's lighter than the other. That is so unique. I just had to say that. And the facts. In anime, the characters I like also, well, I was have white hair, but black, red eyes, or yellow eyes. Blue eyes also look good with white hair. So, obviously, when I first saw them, I'm like, yep, definitely.
Uh,
Pool.
is she talking about us?
Yes, who? Paimon, are you slow?
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you've left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you personally.
Huh? Sure, you knew about us before we came here?
Fear is for insignificant cowards.
Cowards. I am a god.
And I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured. I see clearly your sincerity.
I got to
Of
say.
course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the... Correct, Banner. I, Focalor, hereby welcome you to
Focalor.
the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip. Now, you may rejoice in this.
She sounded like someone who looked down on people. Ain't gonna lie. Even though you're trash, you could be in my presence.
Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes.
No, y'all gonna intend spend your time.
Conference was, how should Paimon describe it? Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
Paimon, why don't you just shut up and let the play go through?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities.
Beats me. I got on and started this quest. I would've known. I didn't even try to look.
You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
He's that guy who was peeking.
Talk about sounding high and mighty.
He was the guy who was speaking. This guy must have came to Fontaine, told travelers are coming along the way. I know he ain't.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What?
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about.
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy. And despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus.
Very interesting indeed.
You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
What?
Now she wants to fight?
Huh?
Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Oh, nah, buddy. Let me go back home if we're gonna fight. Do I look like I'm trash? Yeah, Traveler's trash. Every time he gets first time freaking raided, get collapsed. If I ain't God, I got arrested. Put my controller on the charger. She's about to die. I had it on the charger. What kind of trash is this? What is this? Nobody's fighting here. This is a joke.
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you?
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front...
Stand down, Clorend. I admire her bravery. Unfortunately, people now...
Yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. They're getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
You see. Then, as the god of justice, I shall face this travel...
Oh,
Right, this is fun.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reaction? Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
Huh. Well, I wonder, between Radiant and her, who's stronger? Who's the strongest Archon? Well, hey, you didn't expect to see this coming.
Oh, according to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects with...
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong.
Flying
You call
objects.
that obvious?
Precisely! Now, if you two have no objection...
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun. But if you would allow... I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
You tell her, Linny! Finally someone who's not
Ah, great magician Linny, my beloved.
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here,
Ta-da!
What's that on Paimon's back?
Made her look like a puppet. That's crazy.
there. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the Traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
I thought it was pretty good.
huh. I'm not sure what to think. It seems Lady Farina's charges no longer hold water.
Got your ass. I like him, bro.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called
Performance?
in which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. But when there are
So
valid
goofy,
grounds,
bro. Made
I
her
will
say
not only judge
more like a
travelers from
balloon.
abroad, but even the gods of other lands. I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House.
Hmm. If they really was gonna fart the Archon, how would that be like?
She's gone! Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. You never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon.
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you see what kind of god
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the...
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
But... criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred. And
Sure.
speaking
I
of
start one right now.
performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate.
Oh, buddy.
Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
Me having a confusing
My
day.
brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure.
Oh, you want to
Really
fight?
have anything
Oh,
to
now
do
you're going
now,
against the
and
law?
we wanted to
Okay,
go to the Opera
cool.
House anyway.
I got my pie and my balloon.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first. You really
What's your
mean
pity
it?
at?
Then I'll take you up on your offer. This is a magical
Okay.
item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me
You better have that
distribute
shimmer
them to
luck.
the people here.
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that.
Don't
I'm
ask
not
me.
sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around
Oh,
Fontaine.
not here.
It says that every person in until
Let
one
me
day,
stop.
the water in the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters.
I was
and
looking at
only
her
the high
eyes.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the
I actually wonder
ancestors of
who's the
Fontaine
stronger
stole
Archon.
the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people... But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the...
That's exactly what the people did at first.
Mr. John Lee. Who's...
But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
I need to know who's coming.
I've
4.2.
already been completely...
Many people carry on with their lives as
I need to
before
know who's
and
coming,
shrug it off as a
4.2.
natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which
When?
would end up sentencing them to death. We hope that at least the people... As a magical item, these magic pockets have a...
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a...
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby.
What's this? So you also...
What? You mean you don't believe in...
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another story. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were... As time wore on, people desired to live on land. So, if you ask...
Oh,
Okay.
we hadn't heard that one before.
All right.
So you're the blonde traveler. Oh, a magic... Thanks. Please.
They said, "Oh, how'd you know we're coming?" I know. I sent a spy, just in case.
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water. Life is all about living.
You should still take it.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that...
I was over here wondering, like, I was like, why is Lenny getting so close? Oh, nah.
Oh, you already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers.
Now, look at here.
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect for maritime flowers.
Weapon banner. I'm going to try to get Yelan. Yeah. There's a chance of
You
me
made a quick
losing.
work of that. I can tell you're an experienced
Then I'll have a
traveler.
I'll
I'll
have a
also finish
guarantee.
collecting a few here.
And
Maybe
if I
next
do
time
win,
you'll feel
then
like
I'll have
helping
someone
too,
for the
Lynette.
Utah team.
No way. I'm in power saving mode today.
Fine. Though
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we head to the...
wait, shh. Have you noticed
That's
that
the whole reason why I
person
want
over there?
Yelan to put my little
The
same
young
team.
girl.
Huh? What's wrong with her? Paimon didn't notice anything.
25.
She's obviously a thief. Magicians and thieves practice similar methods.
I'm going to have to
We
pay to
divert
win if I
attention,
want
and a
that
distracted
Yelan.
audience is one that won't discover what you watch her movements carefully.
She's looking around. She's looking suspicious, buddy.
Oh, he's right.
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries. All right.
She looking around like, did anyone see me? I mean, I saw a chair with the Hydro Traveler doing something. I'm like, that reminds me of Goku, bro. It's like cards. That's some disrespect right there. It's a high disrespect. Here, catch these cards. We got. How many more regions do we have in Genshin? Let's see, we have that place, and that place. I don't remember Child's home was called, so yeah.
This is
You
the
get a
spot
moving
where Mother
hat.
wanted us to wait.
Don't you like that?
Isn't that her?
Time to make our arrest. I double. She's strong. You should. Double. Bruh. I have to ask. I'm like, when I first did that, you want to fight? I'm like, I wonder who's stronger, Raiden or her. But she trying to set up a get her. I said that instantly. Said she gonna ready throw y'all in jail, bro. Well, you run, bro.
Did she notice us? What should we do? Should we chase her?
No, I think I'll stay here and look at Sitter. Stay here. Oh my god. Yeah. I face a lot of gods. What's good? What's good with it?
You're right. She might also be trying to lure.
Bruh.
Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Lenny caught the thief. Yeah, what?
Oh, here it is. Look at her. Tell me to get my free hydro. I don't have Traveler on.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. Anyway, I should be...
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
Bro, when I was looking at the shower, Hydro Shower trailer, when
That's
she was
right.
doing that thing
Pity I
with
wasn't
her
able to
fingers, I'm
catch
like,
her.
oh, that reminds me of
She
Goku, bro.
distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground.
I saw the general direction she
Remember when
went,
Goku first when
but
Super
Lenny
Saiyan got a
twisted his
Kefla,
ankle,
what he
and I
did?
needed to make sure he was okay.
I got a gun with my hand.
Oh, did you get hurt
Her
bad?
finger, keep both his fingers, bro.
I'll be alright.
If you want to play at being a
Oh.
hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it.
But when I
Imagine
first
what would
saw
happen if you
him, his
managed to
outfit, I
derail
just
our
did not like his
performance as a
outfit, bro.
result.
You're right.
That guy looked
you're
like a male
right.
stripper.
Sorry, Lynette.
Oh no.
I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so...
What a slippery little thief. Guess
Alright, let's put this little detour...
Let me go ahead and bring out that chaplet real quick. Where is the traveler? Where is they at?
This world is full of
Traveler. The traveler's only 5-star, that's trash. Besides water and dendro. What am I looking at? What is this? Someone's gonna come and say, you got the power of the hydro? It's time to take you to jail. How interesting. Oh, I should probably change that weapon. I'm gonna build her soon. Give me that. I got that reason why I got this weapon. It was really mean. She has nothing on. Look at this. What is this? Huh? Excuse me. Yeah. So I'm just going to. We're not doing this. Where's Seashell at?
May knowledge guide you.
I was looking at a bunch of nonsense. It's a flying saucer. Oh, you see Paimon? She did a backflip.
So, we use this thing to go into the city?
This is an aqua bus. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
How did he grow up wearing this
Still
outfit?
boring, even when I'm riding with you.
I bet young, especially never knew he was gonna wear something like this.
No, that's not what I meant. It's besides,
Pass him
it
looking
doesn't
at him.
really feel like a real
I
trip
bet
when it's
pass
just
him,
the two of
pass
us.
up with him,
It's
looking
the
at
same
him
as
like,
being
what the
at
heck am I
home.
wearing in the future?
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
I bet what you say to her older brother. Oh, I have a brother too. Hey, Charlotte, why is she running so fast, buddy? Come down.
Huh?
Chuso.
Traveler! Paimon!
Charlotte!
Oh, I'd never guessed I'd bump into you while riding the aqua, but what are you doing in Fontaine? I didn't hear anything about you paying us a visit.
Yeah, it's quite the coincidence. But as travelers, we're always on the move. Though we still have no idea how the Hydro Archon knew.
Oh, no need for introductions, Paimon. I would recognize the great magician Linny and his assistant Lynette anywhere. I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Steambird. What
Nice
kind of
to
name?
meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
What kind of place are you working at? The
It's an honor to
Steambird.
meet
Now that everyone knows each other, Fontaine suddenly doesn't feel like such an unfamiliar place. So, what have you been up to lately, Charlotte?
Not too much. When there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House.
If there's no breaking news for me, I'm going to sleep,
Readers' attention as
buddy.
long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days.
Huh?
Ah, you're right. Seems you know me pretty well. What I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered.
You mad at if she tried to take
Well,
the traveler's vision? But I have no vision.
the serial disappearances of young women case.
That'd be funny.
That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird, oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy.
I wonder how long
All
this
kinds of
Archon
materials.
quest is.
I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace.
They're under 12.
The scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found. Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen. Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear.
Please don't imagine that, Lenny.
I just imagine what happened if Lynette disappeared.
Hey, we're almost there. Look.
By the way, where are we going? I didn't realize I wasn't really paying attention. Imagine. All I know is they say when they got on the boat. Man, this is like water slides, bro. Just Fontaine. Like a fun place. That's what I thought. That's what I would have said before I met the Archon. Oh nah. Hit you with the. Don't worry. You should be happy you're in my presence. What's up with this mystery music? Oh, we're going to a haunted house.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this. Yeah, us as well. I have an interview to get to. I should get going. Okay. Hyman hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya.
That's funny. Imagine getting in jail because imagine trying to go and imagine getting thrown in jail because of Paimon. Oh no. He's got a flying object with you.
What a tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone. Well, where should...
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so...
Hey, how's it going, Joe, bro? You see this? This is Paimon. She thought this was a flying object. I need all the money in the world. What I need to do. Huh? Excuse me? Imagine. Imagine updated. It said 70 premium
This
gems.
is our current abode. Ah,
1,000 premium
you're
gems.
home. Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to...
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
That guy looks like he don't want to be here.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that...
Oh, he's
Father
that guy
will
who
be returning
got
soon.
that
I
helmet when he
suppose
goes
I
on the
can't be
water.
helped. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He...
Hello.
Scoop it. Huh?
Nice to meet you. Hyman is
There you go,
Carmen,
scuba
and
diving.
this is the Traveler.
What's up with these people with outfits?
Lenny.
What is
can you
that?
come
Is he
here for a
wearing?
moment?
What's he wearing?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me? Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. So, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets.
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
My guy sound like
That's our
he,
friend,
his war
always
ended,
quick
bro.
with the waterwork. All right.
I can't believe I'm still here. It's raining. Where'd the light go? I pressed the rain for. Huh?
looks like rain.
Oh, you're
Thank for
right.
thinking. Say the obvious, Mr.
Wasn't it
Obvious.
clear and sunny just a moment ago?
It looks like rain.
This weather sure is weird.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
It rains on days where childers. What kind of days are y'all having?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain.
I want to fight this dragon. This water dragon you're talking about.
When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my
I know.
lungs.
He looked at him
Hydro
like, what's he?
dragon.
That didn't look suspicious.
dragon.
Why he looking at us like
Don't
that?
cry.
He wanted in for the Archon. Right away, buddy.
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something.
I had to switch characters to make sure
Hydro dragon,
we have all Hydro. Bro, you sound stupid, Paimon. Don't ever do that again.
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry, it might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers.
They got that black
Rain
words
fell
going
longer
on the
than I
screen.
suspected.
After some time, the rain stopped.
It's already...
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations.
Wait,
for
this
the
is some
show at
old
the Opera
movie?
House. On the day of the performance, just ride the aquabus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you.
Oh, are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the mat. Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials. I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted. And the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
No trouble at all. Don't worry.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Oh, no need.
You're afraid of talking, buddy?
This'll be a lot
Just
more
give up,
fun
buddy.
for us.
I would have hit him with the, I'm sorry, you're afraid of talking. That got nothing to do with me. I'm gonna stop. I need to know what weapon they had on her, so I tried her on trial. I still don't. I still didn't. My guy went looking for the Hydro Archon.
Oh, hello there.
Who are you?
Customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made?
Oh, no. We're just here to deliver some materials.
Ah, these must be for Magic Pockets. No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth, but they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Wow. So, is Linny actually...
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
Hey! Is this machine what you use to make stuff here?
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology. And wasting is a kind of crime.
What?
Where does a big machine like that get its power from?
She said, why use a machine? Why use your hand if you can use a machine?
Well, it's a little, but basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's
I
produced
kind of
from
thought
shells.
everything in the city was powered by water. Let me stop.
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself. When a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests
What?
people's belief in justice and
Was she
converts
talking?
it into energy
I'm
to be
sorry.
used
Was she
all
talking
around
English?
Fontaine.
She lost me.
That's what its other
I lost some of the words she just said.
Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something... Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine Fontaine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable, widely used by civilians.
I'm tired of looking at the same outfit Sharper has. Give them a new outfit, buddy.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words.
Thanks. I know it's not like much. Had no word, please. How many years this game been out? No. Oh.
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want.
Huh? You.
Gonna be like, hey, I didn't know you can swim.
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop.
Ain't gonna lie to you, it was me. I'll be walking away. Well, see you later. I'm out. See you later. You got some business to take care of. Yeah, I'm gonna be going.
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to...
Is that child?
Why don't you settle your own debt? If Confreri of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a heft...
You're from...
Yeah, I see him. Met him story already.
Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too. What are you doing here in Fontaine?
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now. And honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting.
But he's right. Trevor's always getting into trouble. He said, it's kind of boring now. Since you're here, you always find trouble. It's going to be kind of fun now. I mean, when they first arrived, they're already caught in trouble.
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friend?
That guy's angry. Could you imagine? Your friend sees someone and you try and get money from him? Oh, you just wait for me over there. I'll catch you with you.
Listen to me, boy. If you want Laura, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said...
This guy like he ready to beat child ass.
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys, let's see who has to pay up now!
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients. You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I'm sure this won't take long.
I need to see that cutscene, buddy. No cutscene? Okay.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Stop hitting me, buddy. I need you to stop doing that. What kind of unit is child? That guy. My guy can use every weapon. Come to man.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait.
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Huh?
Oh wait, in the trailer, Child didn't have his Hydra vision, didn't he? He had that. I need to know where his Hydro Vision went.
Now's my chance.
My guy really thought he could mess with Child when he didn't have his vision. My guy said, "This is my chance." Clocked him up.
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe...
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp...
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child?
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself, but recently... there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside...
Maybe you losing control of your vision...
That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat technique. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the
But what is it?
She never explained that. But my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us.
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. So why don't you just go ask your master?
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of...
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like... Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Official champion duelist?
I need a Claire.
Yep. In
Trying to get that
Fontaine,
full
before a
counter.
criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. So engaging in such a duel, and the worst-case scenario is, though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what
They
I
gave
can
me the
tell,
character
no
twice.
one has ever been officially sentenced to death.
I got the Halo twice. I got her from the 50 pool when you first start off. Then later on, I got it from the Standard Banner again.
So, do many...
Apparently, it's exceeding... Besides, apparently the one I'm meeting today, Clorend, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's Child for ya.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to...
Huh? Your vision?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when...
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk.
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch.
I already thought.
That sneaky guy. Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk around and see this...
When the pump become a balloon, that's gonna be the biggest meme.
Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer. Sorry. Paimon was just surprised. The whodunit's here in Fontaine. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the... Oh, sorry about the... Hey. Shouldn't we be heading to... Lenny said that the Opera House is on Aeneas. So let's go ride the Aquabus.
I need her. I need to know who comes from, but the thing I'm hoping. I need Raiden. I want Force Lower. Force Lower. I need to get him, so. Yeah, that's exactly what I got from her. Surely, so when you should be happier in my presence. Never saying your pardon? What? Where the heck is that place? Across America? Damn. They want me to walk all the way over there. They don't expect me actually to walk over there, right? Come on. Huh? No, I've been happy doing quests. Just tell me to walk all the way over there. Look, 700 meters. Give me a jetpack. And call it a day. I got my Nahida timber. Yesterday, I did the Abyss before 4.0 came out. I got to 11.3. That's all I could do. I was missing 6 stars. Now, I'm more interested in swimming underwater. That's what I want to see. I don't understand about the Hydro Traveler, how she works. That's like every person. Every water person hits people with water. Didn't you go to the statue of the 7? How long have I been running? I feel like I've been here for a while now. Oh, we're supposed to ride that thing? Well, that's too late now. I'm right over here. Yes, I can start running instantly. That one scene from the trailer about a child. That's what I want to see. That's the only scene I want to see. My guy don't like people judging. Oh, we also have a bar for water underwater, huh? Interesting. The next game I gotta save for space is Star Rail. I'm about to have all three games on my PlayStation. I'm at that part in Star Rail where you have to fight that boss. When you see what's his name? Dan Hong's final form. I'm at that part. I know I'm about to get by at least 4 times. How so? You say you'd be here quicker if I'm asking. Yeah, that doesn't explain anything to me. Okay. You got the hiccups. You should drink some water, buddy. People come like, you trying to be scared?
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child.
What you mean? I don't care about your child.
I don't know why you all feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
They're gonna turn out stupid just because it's like that.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure
I just want to know why a child was just standing there staring, bruh. You guys... did you hear something?
What's wrong?
Vache.
But I'm saying, what's that? It might be coming from Charles' vision they got from him. No, he said, hold it. He said he didn't want to get in the way of his fight, bro.
No, Paimon didn't say anything.
He said he didn't want to lose, for it to lose control. That's what he said, basically. Yes, his vision. Yeah, Hydra, it vision. His height.
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through... Lenny asked me to wait here for you.
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Huh? Oh, did you know like Lamine can hear ghosts? Bro, when no one can hear voice, you but like, did you hear something? Nope. That voice was coming from the fountain.
Hey, you're not trying to scare.
I see. I might be able
So
to tell
it's
you
top?
something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining.
I was reading on the side. I was already past it, so I couldn't write it.
Your hypersensitivity to the hydro element.
It's because of her sensitivity.
When do you
Yeah.
cry?
Wait.
No. It's not the
Just
That's the
answer me.
part.
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Huh?
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense and, like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine convert. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? Huh.
Rather than worrying about them, don't let that calm look of his fool you.
Oh, right. That makes...
We go ahead and go back and get this thing over here. That remind me of Power Rangers doing those poses. Who? Let's see, what does Raiden do?
traveler in
And what is this
Paimon.
music?
Good to see you. I knew.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means... The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already
Ooh, front row seat!
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats.
To our seats?
Oh, these should be our seats. Come on!
Yeah, I picked the front row seats. Who's that? Why you looking around? You look me, y'all look suspicious. Y'all looking around like, am I really supposed to be here? Huh? I don't know. So you're those travelers who broke the law, huh? I could imagine me saying that. Bro, I need get Paimon. I need her get Paimon her real power so she can stop floating, bro.
Hey, traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next. Oh, you little. Of course you put this on Paimon.
Yes, Paimon. Since you're the flying fairy, why don't you go do it? Or the flying balloon, if we're gonna be obvious.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you...
Oh, so you heard all of, wait, that's not it. Paimon's, sorry. Oh, Paimon.
Paimon.
You're also here early.
Paimon is so awkward. Why are you even speaking?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I
God,
would be
see, I was trying to look at the
happy
artifacts for the traveler, like, usually where it tells you what you need, like HP and stuff like that. I was confused earlier. I was looking at it like nothing showed up. Nothing showed up. So I'm confused. I'm like, okay. Does this one need crit rate? I don't know.
Not friends with Linny, then.
Had me confused.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the traveler. We just arrived in Vaudain.
I need Paimon to stop giving the travelers lines. I need her to talk. When was the last time Traveler actually spoke? Right. You see what? Did you see that, bro? You look at the Traveler, what he need for artifacts, what she needs on it. I didn't see her. I'm like, I had me confused. Maybe this game's broken. I just switched off the Traveler.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your
To see you in
performance in person.
In person.
Wait, Nervillette?
I saw you all chatting just now. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't
This
be
guy
too much to
is.
say that he's the symbol of justice and
I might have thought he was
honesty
the
here in
king sitting on a
Fontaine.
throne like that.
Ooh, sorry.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to. There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now.
The
I
Archon.
believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
Don't tell me she was just sitting up there staring at us the whole time, bro. This Archon is too hilarious. I must get her all costs when she comes out. She really been hitting that pose like, when did God knows? I'm just sitting up here. Imagine she was sitting all that time, no one knows her, and just walked out. I did all that saying, they didn't even notice I was here.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face.
But I thought her name was Florsalore.
You saw right through her act.
Who the heck is Ferline? Bruh, who's Ferline? Is that her name? I'm gonna ask you one more time. Hydra Archon is Florsalore, right? I'm confused. Paimon lost me. I'm pretty sure it's Florsalore. I can't be wrong. There's no way. Ferline? Is that her last name? Is that her first name? I don't know.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro?
He really brushed her off. She don't even care she's the Archon. She's not that important. Don't worry about it. That's pretty. That's pretty much what he said. Bruh, if I was an Archon and someone said that about me, I'm being insulted. Put him on trial.
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait!
I don't need to protect them more? I lied.
Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And
You must
over
remember
here is my
never bring
sister,
Paimon to
Lynette,
shows.
who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Lenny don't sound like she want to be there.
I
I'm
know
gonna lie.
she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today.
If that's the case, the Shower is a magician.
Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
point. That's what makes the show real magic.
No, it's not.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye.
Huh?
A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless.
Huh?
Man, he's a real magician.
But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky.
Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely. Right before your very eyes.
She's gonna vanish, alright.
It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top.
Oh, nah.
Oh, no. I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
I think he pulled that off. How did he pull that off? I'm interested.
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Paimon didn't seem to do anything. Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
That's right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. But our magical journey has only just... The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. In which case, I have ample time. So, for my next trick, I will require the Please, if my assistants... There are 2 boxes, and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box.
Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now
The
then,
blonde traveler?
let's begin.
I mean, they are the main character.
Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for
Isn't
you
that
to be as
Steve?
comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meripede.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
$54, $53, $52? Huh? Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Oh, all right. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something. 40, 39, 38!
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it. 25! 24! 23!
What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19! 18! 17!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10!
Almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? Nope, that's not it. I'll try again. 7! Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5, 4, 3,
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0.
Ta-da!
What happened?
Oh no, Bucko, what just happened?
Is this part of the Mr. Lenny, you're going to use magic.
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was...
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and...
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident...
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of it. Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the and there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
I know. I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearance.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? Now that I think about it.
That can't be right. He was in the box on the stage the entire time. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linny and his associates, and that you are pressing charge?
Huh? I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about...
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense.
A kidnapping and murder.
I mean, of course, my dear that's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Lynn. But with Linny's help, so no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser.
Huh? It wasn't a draw. She obviously...
I understand. Charges... Well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. Are you willing to act as Mr. Linny's... Very well. The trial will be held... Linny and his troupe are all... The audience may begin to leave in a...
A day isn't that long.
Linny!
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you...
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer? Good to hear. Thank you so much for... I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But, if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
Paimon looks goofy.
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It was a...
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self, but with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just like... Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon...
Oh, well... I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind... We should go somewhere else if we're going...
All right, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess.
Huh?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say...
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that... Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime.
Whoever the murderer was, they must have...
Go ahead, have a look around.
So this is the rope that... The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler? but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope... Wait, Paimon should...
The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce. Sure, it's not like this is confidential. Her name is Halsey. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the opera. The magic troupe members all claim. Simply put, she wasn't related to the magic troupe at all.
Were the
That's how it seems to us.
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. It is of utmost importance.
Go ahead, have a look around.
I see that you're investigating the area. If you find any new and interesting leads.
We don't have too many thoughts yet. The thud? Oh!
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that it's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lenny's trick with bated breath. So no one paid it much mind.
That makes...
I'm of the opinion when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing. Oh, that's true.
That does remind
Hey, you! Yes, both of you. Over here. I've been...
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the...
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of from mediating disputes and I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
Hey, boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus, Demoiselle's various daily needs and...
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the name?
Well, I am the second generation president. Melus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di...
All merely trifling details. Never mind. That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too, but how did you come to that
intuition? Naturally. My Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever.
wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment so...
Sounds more like you just don't trust...
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that... Alright, I've answered your question. Now, it's time...
Wait a minute! Did that...
Well, I say it does. But don't worry. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well...
And why would that be? See, Silver and the Loose? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I too think that the Traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience is, that if that can be...
Alright, that's quite enough, Maloose. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our...
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion, if you like.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the... You wish to save a friend from...
You have a point. You're quite the talker. And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something...
I have nothing to add.
Oh.
We'll be making some preparations first. Lenny's still talking to the guards. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later. Lenny's still talking to the guards. I think someone will be assigned to monitor...
Go ahead, have a look around.
No one can freely enter or exit the No! Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes, after the Chief Justice gave... So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here.
I doubt there was much opportunity. How can you be so
Well, because I couldn't see Linny's perform, but still, I did not. We Melazines are good.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll...
The investigation team has some new...
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation.
You're trying to help them?
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us to...
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case? We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic is made.
Yeah, right. We're gonna see how magic is made.
Understood. Then I will be going with you.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's... Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia, and these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
They ain't look like they're in a serialization, buddy.
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the...
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw that the 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette...
So that's how it all worked! Wow! Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around?
This is the scene of the crime. So Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now.
Thanks, everyone.
Whoever the murderer was...
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Oh! Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug and here's a broken vase!
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience. Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you... Ugh, this is so... What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been...
Alone, perhaps. But if they...
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right! Let Paimon write that... Whoever the murderer... Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh?
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick.
Whatever it is. Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head... Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime. Let's find a place to sort out our...
Apologies for the wait.
So, What did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully.
So the tunnel's become like a secret chamber then.
No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some
Charges and then...
That's right. This is how a trial goes. That's right. This is how the statements from both sides. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice.
Once both sides have finished speaking, then, finally...
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides?
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always... yes, the guards...
Huh?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that!
Of course. I just hope you don't...
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Maybe. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Yeah, it suddenly doesn't seem like such... Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no...
Huh? Here? But...
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancies...
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two.
These three are quite the interesting group. And Paimon, from the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process, but you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smile.
Paimon was just...
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy... Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. Anyway, give these...
Only
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite. Strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit. No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
All right, then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowell.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest!
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait! Even you don't believe Paimon?
I don't believe Paimon. She's a balloon.
You! If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us, Malus, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly.
Okay,
We
that
don't want
part.
to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
Lanisha.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Well, that's it for snack time. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
All right, thanks for your help and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
I'm curious how she escaped though. Where that person disappeared.
All right, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial.
My sister sound like a fool yelling her through. Put her outside for the dogs. She can yell all the one outside.
If you're
We
not
gotta
sure
go
what
back
to
to
do
school.
next,
They hate you with the.
how about I
You
take
should
you on a
recite
walk?
voices. I forgot. She forgot about those. Why they keep switching me to Tahita?
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands.
What's the guy do? The suit to go to
Besides,
jail.
I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
We can support all we can, but these two about to go to jail.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Huh?
Best of luck to you.
Yeah. At least we're supporting them. What's the guy do when they're on trial? They about to go to jail. For something they didn't do. It's crazy, right? That person really was a
Finally,
mastermind.
you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
It went up.
To be honest,
That's how it went.
you might be disappointed.
We didn't find shit.
No. We're already very grateful that...
Well, now, don't you all look disappointed. That was to be expected of. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly
Since both parties are present, I declare that the causes and results of the incident. Could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you...
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of...
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from...
I was right by the box and I...
Look at those scales.
Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my... Tell me, aren't you and Lynette at...
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like...
So the serial disappearances...
I've got a feeling that what happened...
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps your first priority is to prove... The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infight. Good thing
Where are
I
you,
made
child?
all those
Ready for you.
preparations.
Hey, Linny. Why didn't you tell us that...
Order! Order! First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box. Are these claims true? Please answer my question.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it.
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to this.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary?
The defendant deceived their own...
Order! Order! Your request is reasonable, and we...
So, in that case, my...
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler.
Yeah. Paimon just knew where to stop. We based our entire reason not to set the wrong tone or...
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry. I know you've clashed with the Vatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities.
Right now, we want to save people.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you. But the truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but... Right. Let's hear your answer first.
Of course. I'll answer any question. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that that voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But, like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui...
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, huh?
Let it begin. So I wonder, what do you hear?
Both parties have returned to their... When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may...
That took long enough. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective. As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and he did not realize that the sound could be heard by everyone. Finally, he used the vase to knock. At this time, Cowl so Linney proceeded to knock afterward. Linney passed the and there you have it. That's...
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's...
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linney experienced and what he saw. Seems this won't produce.
I'm gonna just start pressing buttons. This one button. Yep.
According to Lin. Hmm. Seem. Lenny did not.
No.
Seems this won't produce a particular. Hmm. See. Seems this. See. Seems this. Lenny went to the room that can.
Attention! Ace Detective
Very well.
Paimon
I
has
shall tell
something
the
to say.
story of Lenny's innocence.
When the countdown started, Lenny did indeed go into the tunnel.
Dropping something from the sky. Hit you with that girl just fell from the sky.
But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement,
What
which
kind of is this the
where
cartoon
the
comic?
underground
What am I
core of
looking
the
at here?
Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was at the crime scene had already developed, finally he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
That's absurd, though.
Paimon did it! Paimon...
In other words, you believe that he...
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then assuming that what you say is true...
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! Oh, well, your denial is very strident. I'll give you Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the You're saying that he wasn't?
don't need to give this more thought? Paimon thinks there's something off here. Are you sure we don't need to give this more thought? That's right! Lynn, this means that when the same clue you used...
Well, to think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary... The deceased's name is Cowell. Could there have been a third person? Halsey is the missing person and an... The deceased's name is Cowell.
Huh? That can't be... The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that...
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim. No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. The deceased's name is Cowell. Halsey's clothing was in the... The sound we heard may have come from... It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into... Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. Linny was not in the tunnel at... It would have been tough for both people to fit into that... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. So, where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the... Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment. Halsey's clothing was in the... The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrance. Linny was not in the tunnel. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring?
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real...
Excuse my
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment. A clash between... The deceased's name is Cowl. The vase was not broken.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Just how could a person ever... Magic tricks are...
Even so, I trust the trap. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end...
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an... Guards, please...
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water from the Primordial Sea.
The Primordial Sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence.
If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results. But we cannot... Still, let us assume that these... Guards, please continue examining the... Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence. So please continue...
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That would... Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial...
The rope that strung the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and cut. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank. The deceased's name is Cowl, Linny. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. Lynette was in the magic box. The deceased's name is Cowl, Linny's assistant. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. The water from the primordial... I remember there was something else within the inner layer of...
Ahem! It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowl would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box afterward, Cowl barked.
Huh.
That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of it.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person?
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to...
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be. Does this, my dears? Linny did not need to take part in the having made modification that upon him. Ultimately, he now as much as... Am I right?
We've used up all the evidence. Is this the end of the road?
Oh no! Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move.
I think we've all... I believe this is indeed... Now then, my good, noble... excuse me, everyone!
Miss, I must ask you...
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I'll show you an amazing trick. What in the...
No offense, miss, but...
Come on now, don't be silly. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them? And wouldn't such a trick... Come on, Linny and But as the magic makers and stars of the show...
I understand.
And voila!
Sorry for the
Wait, isn't that...
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put up. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate...
Where should I begin? I'm sorry.
What? What?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian. And I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey! No wonder you look familiar. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was.
I thought he was on to me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down. There was nowhere to run from it. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at—
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now.
This time, we need to tell the entire story. The strange sound. Seems this. The flower vase was. Lillian was a.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So, hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way, mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect. He tried to force Lillian back into the... The two broke the flower vase during the struggle. With no way of escaping, she that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave after—
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak again? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet...
What? Are you reading my mind? No. I have no further argument.
Wow! Look at that! She's like a deflated balloon now!
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent. While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated, this case, at least, can be handed over to the oratories. As such, Linny and Lynette.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know.
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you. I'm sure you know what you must do to
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearance...
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going back now? That's true.
Traveler, Paimon! Please wait.
Linny.
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me, but still. Let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story?
It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws...
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken...
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me.
Bye, Linny!
Hey there! What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case. Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades? And given that there's new...
Ah. I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire. Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much.
You don't have to twist pylons on...
Oh, wonderful.
All right, then. Let's have our farewell...
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while.
In that case, I'll go order for us first.
Ooh, everything looks so good.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good...
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring every...
You, sure have your own way of Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also...
Oh, true.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really...
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed...
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion.
Ugh. If only that guy...
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like... To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities... It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's just that a different perspective is... It's easy to guard against and... Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula... Those highfalutin folk are... It's all right. Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future...
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her.
I see. So, your primary objective... I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas.
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish...
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions. I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep. All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense. Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go...
Yeah, we're... Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore. Nah, that would be so... normal.
Okay. As for expenses this month...
Hey, Navia! What are you...
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing to speed...
Let's get ready to try to meet...
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine... in any case...
See ya! people around anymore. Looks...
Vache.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you... That's...
Vache?
Hey! Why are you still walking towards it? Huh? Hang on. Hey! Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Vache, are you... my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? I'm... Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide. Never. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten? Yes, that is what I was once. I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim. I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me, and I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can No! Our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for... I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell, then.
Wake up! Come on, hurry! Navi is outnumbered!
Demoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand?
Quick, now's our chance! should thank you for lending us your sword there, Clorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive to—
Do not speak of my
Sorry, Demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feet.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd been—
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very— Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
Huh. I'm sure they've known about me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some—
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula?
Yes. Be careful, and do not—
I will continue investigating, no— Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clorand.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you.
I know, I just— She's—
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were— Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved— Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. As such, we're still part—
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di...
All right, you—
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger?
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow?
Yes. All thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did—
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky. Fanta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial—
Yes. So, if you hadn't drunk that cup—
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we...
Huh. Really?
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. But that's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and hurried here as quickly as—
What? Why would they go after us, too? All we did was—
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the prime—
Well, it can't be coincidence. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it, too! But it was real faint. Does that mean the primordial—
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel? While you were—
Well, let's hear it, shall we? Oh. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people— Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal— And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people—
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, we also have some plans to go over.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
It's right up ahead. But let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Huh. Very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now.
So, this is your base?
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstance...
Well, after all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact,
seems like it's tough times for
to be
your father.
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain...
No. I'll explain it myself. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself. The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to...
That's right. However, I believe that if the murder case is real, I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death.
Demoiselle, please. If there is anything I can do...
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident.
Wait! If Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have...
There is one other thing.
Oh. Her? Yeah. That's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but Seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia.
Afterward, Ms. Coran told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety. Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Thanks.
Yeah.
Please, relax and get some sleep.
Paimon slept so well. Huh? Navia?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're... But never mind.
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some...
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I?
Guess Paimon...
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder and...
Does that mean we're...
No. There is one, and that is the archives kept by Chief Justice. If the Oceanid you met is one of the...
So Nervalette maintains an archive of case files? In that case, let's go to... Aren't you...
no, it's nothing. Let's go see the...
Let's move out.
The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice... This place does look pretty heavily...
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who...
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can... If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you...
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us?
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry.
We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Ah, thanks so much.
Please come in.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Miss...
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say? Are you trying to console me? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should. It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you, as you even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go. In your eyes, the value of a human... If you truly regret my father, why didn't you give me the power to stop him from everything? Was hanging on... There are still so many things I never got... If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father, it's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, my apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Navia...
I'm fine. Rain.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building?
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also...
What is it? Did you think of something?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? And then got washed away with the rain? Yeah! And if that's what had happened...
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind...
Yeah! We're gonna make progress!
Do you want to go with me now? Or... All right, then I'll wait for you. There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home. Melus, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You still remember, right, Melus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce...
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendors. Not only that, Boss became...
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired. You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live. And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina de Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful were still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence.
so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Huh. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
Is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. A boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around, with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Aw, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
It is settled, then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Oh.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I...
If it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of...
You don't understand it.
I didn't know how to face you. Because I didn't know what... I know. Only the full truth could...
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me?
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly.
But Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his fault. I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callus had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem.
Yeah, Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole...
Then you should hold on to that. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florence should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way, so please don't worry.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned, do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill, so he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything, once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then, I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well. Hey, Thierry! It's me!
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've got news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the Guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callus did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or...
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Hello. How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure. I will let him know right away.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit.
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask her.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support.
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile.
But where should we start? Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess...
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Oh? And why is that?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on... Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the...
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the three suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex? Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business? Thierry, you say? It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use. But I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking.
Yeah, had he actually... If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find...
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha arm?
Exactly. He can't. Who could it be? You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these three, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the three, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes, Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options right now. We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our—
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so news—
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
What? Is that—
Yeah, we know him.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
Wait, how? None of it—
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to—
Right, because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand. Huh? Split up? What do you mean? Just as expected. Since this is a trial, you're right. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to—
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Linny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malus, Silver. When did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Irenaeus. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the op—
See you then! Now that Navia has set out for Irenaeus, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over. Huh. According to Malus's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance. Finally found it! Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't... Ah, you're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton... Navia's probably arguing up a story...
It would appear that I must repeat my quest. Do you accept the charge that you are the...
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right? In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend. I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back.
Hey! Don't you understand?
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too?
No. That's not what I meant.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning.
That case had nothing to do with... Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting?
I told you it couldn't be one of the...
Miss Navia, this is the second time, but that was an exception rather than...
Oh, please. Did you ever... We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent.
Oh, a young lady has charged. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who...
That person is... Something's not right. Let me think for a little while longer. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières! Huh? What confrérie?
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister or...
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, and if the charge fails to...
Yes.
In that case, I declare the charge. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel. Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding.
Very well. In that case...
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the...
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who... Come on, why would I do that? If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, The guard's investigation did not recover any other firearm. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion. Callus was defeated by champion Julie. These are the known facts about...
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn. After that, the true culprit... Thank you for the sum. However, we should revisit the case. Something's not right. Something's... The testimony of the victim... However, unfortunately for... This assassin first... A pile of but now, since it was raining... Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading...
So that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't
Are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
But I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, 1, do you have the evidence?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment. I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing her.
Alternatively, she's become more diligent.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you describe, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved.
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearance.
What?
If the secret had gotten out, of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter, but what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house, but by staying silent, we retained. I was able to become Spina di Rosula, and once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do.
So, you mean to say?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent. I don't need your apology, but since he entrusted his
so...
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial...
Right? What she said was fascinating.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearance?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing...
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing?
I know what she can say.
I know that even with that, you... Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyway.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no... In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in...
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and... Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable...
Seems like she got the wrong guy. At this rate, Navia will be...
I think you've done a superb job, but aren't you going against... He wished for you to become more... Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things.
This isn't just about me. And the biggest difference between me and the people whose families were just many people's and whose image do you see? Is it a man named... Oh.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even...
I was waiting for you to...
Everyone hold hands! With all my strength! Allow me! Whoa! The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place! Go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up. the water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Let me leave you a breath.
Rest and rebuild! Yeah, yeah! Yeah! Now the path is clear! Let's go!
Hello. Got here.
Here! Allow me!
Rain outlines your fate. No, my sword! Ring cutter!
Positions! After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum. Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here. That's right.
Time to investigate.
What's all this? Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box.
Now, why would we have these?
Oh, Paimon sees it too, but... What? Huh? You mean the girls from... And then they were turned into what? And all the boxes of things. These names. Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes... Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation. This should prove the existence instance of the third person, right? We still have not determined the old dog's a real menace. He can act whenever he wants. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. They're all just so evil.
Okay. I mean, it's been about 6 hours. No, I streamed it around. Well, first, I've been streaming for 6 hours. Yeah.
What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22. Sorry,
You good,
traveler.
Paimon? You got scared?
Try your best. It's
Shoes in your boots?
that Paimon's never. How can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone?
It's called a figure of speech.
Rest.
Oh no. Oh, that was a joke. I would not know what they were writing.
So that's why he did all of these experiments.
He wanted to see if people could actually turn to water.
Do you really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane! Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments? So that's it!
My question is, he's still alive?
No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water?
He went to see people at the water gods.
Paimon will write it all down.
I hate when they do quests like these. You gotta put the right answer, don't you? What's here?
Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water.
I thought that was ice. I ain't gonna lie.
That means this is where they make all the synth, and that special water is the main ingredient.
Yeah, y'all make that? Y'all make water?
If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence.
I drink water. I don't make it. I already thought I was ice when I first came to this place. I thought this was just a big ice statue. Are we still looking for clues?
Whoa! There's so much synth here, and so many bottles
that
of
looks like
ingredients
that bottle
probably
looks like
just
Paimon.
contain the waters of the primordial sea.
Looks like it came from the universe itself.
Mixing in progress. Ready to drink?
Yeah, guys,
Stock sample?
your guys not from Frontier or from Unstuck. Y'all from
clearly labeled.
the universe, the sky itself.
There's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep, it's super obvious.
My guy just got he
We've
those,
looked at almost everything
she
here,
must got one of those spaces like they have in animes and adventures. Those special bosses when we put everything in it. I don't know where she got those glasses from. She might have one of those spaces.
Anything that reveals his no wonder even
She looked goofy when I first saw her wearing those. Goofy.
That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit. Sure thing. Time.
What's that? Look for a clue. We're going through all these clues again, huh? How nice of you, game. Why didn't you say you want me to be an investigator?
Inside, and Paimon will take...
Cause that's all I've been doing was cases. You think you came up here to look for snacks, buddy? No.
Whoa, really? Let Paimon see!
It was a book. Is that a diary?
Isn't that Vache's lover's name?
Who's Vasa?
Then
I don't know who that is.
you found her diary! Aw. It's just a normal diary chronicling the...
What am I looking at? A series number?
So
Yeah,
many!
just get off my
Pages
screen.
worth!
I don't know what I was looking
But the final name she decided... Marcel! Wait, but... Marcel's pretty old.
Maybe he has to dress to make himself look young.
Paimon still hasn't figured it out yet.
We'll call him Mr. Immortal from now on.
And whose image do you see, Marcel?
I see
Is
Child's.
it a man named Vache?
Huh.
Oh, so you do...
I'm merely surprised you'd...
I was waiting for you to...
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner.
Just how often do you intend to flout the...
It's all right, Monsieur Neuvillette. Given their confidence, I...
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been
The
Vache.
Child's actually speaking? Oh my god. Had me hyping my boots. I wasn't surprised by that.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair after your lover, Veneer. You even created Marcel as a new identity.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing. Well, Marcel, you fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this? Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? No one helped me. No one even believed me.
Pay attention to you?
All those
Why?
decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me.
I was laughing at I wasn't always laughing at too, bro. That's crazy.
They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad
I know.
from grief.
I know they may be looking at you stupid when you
brushed
said
away by
that.
all of you, as
I
it
saw
didn't
her
matter
turn
at
to
all.
water. They're looking at you stupid. Is he okay? Did he just say he could turn to water? What a joke.
Well, now you know, don't you?
New flash for ya.
Well, it's too late now.
Marcel,
All
it's time
those
for you
who
to
were
go to jail,
dissolved
buddy.
are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You
My
set
guy
this
really-
ornate opera house in pursuit of
He
your
really turned
so-called
people into water to
justice.
get revenge. That's
Your
crazy.
beloved drama.
He didn't want to look at it as a
Turning
fool. So
blind
he
eye
said,
to the
it's
suffering of
time
the
me to
people.
create a missing earth and turn them into water.
Veneer is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow. But I'm not from this blasted place. So I can't be dissolved.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve. Can't dissolve. Do you all see? I can't go. I can't follow. I did all of that. And in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me.
This guy is a madman, buddy. This not do you be locked up to the finance, buddy. He wanted to turn himself into water just to go with her? Who are you, buddy? You good? He needed to be in the sea. Oh, you want to see her? Ask the traveler. He met her. She was blue. Bro, exactly what she looked like. She looked like that one monster we'll be fighting for Barbara's material, bro. He had that one eye.
I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
Idiot daughter. She's smarter than you. She figured her out. You thought you can hide yourself behind bars.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody! Vignere, please, Vignere!
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any—
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that—
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected. The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignere. During an underwater expedition, Vignere accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignere back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rasula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rasula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president, Callus, at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case with the truth. The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charge. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mecha, guilty.
Guards! Take the... Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We have not... He's hurt so many innocent... Huh? Are you okay?
You good, bro?
Demoiselle,
You going cry?
you were absolutely brilliant.
Need some water?
Day our late boss had always hoped for is finally
I can just
come.
imagine when
You
someone's
can
about
rest
to cry,
easy
you'd ask them,
now,
you need some
knowing
water?
justice
You okay?
has been served.
Yeah. Yeah. See, Papa?
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been... Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got...
Just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
Ugh, what now? None of this has any...
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due... A verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has... The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charge. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia guilty.
Hey, hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just... What's with this verdict? Is your...
Huh? This has never happened before.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the...
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal. Guards, please take...
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Hey, Monsieur Novelette, what's going on?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the concept, all I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Why are you looking at... I don't know what happened there either.
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the Oratrice herself?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not?
My dearest, don't tell me. You thought...
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she...
However, given this and... of course, if you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, everything he's done, all shall be... Now, having said that, although...
So she chose to make her escape after all, did...
So you're saying...
She probably just put on that performance to save face. However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity.
All right. Even though we... After all, he...
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you...
Stop resisting arrest!
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear them? I erased all records of that name.
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You did? The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. Please give me a chance to talk to her again.
What? Give an inch.
This request, is it worth as much?
Of course! Wait.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual... Very well.
Your Honor, I fear...
I will go with him.
Thank you. Thank... Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Yeah, and even Paimon can...
Vache!
Ah!
Yes, that's it! So you heard it too!
Vinier, it's me!
Vache?
I'm here! I'm here!
Hey, wait!
Vinier, is that you? It's me!
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You look a lot older than I remember.
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years. All this time. Only the thought of bringing you back has... I must be dreaming. Vinier, you are my everything. I really don't know how...
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you. If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one. If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermot. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache.
You... Wait, you are not...
You're right. I am not Vinier. I am the sacrifice. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea. And I'm Cressy. I'm Lemonade. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vinier.
Why? But then...
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any... But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she... You are a liar. A heartless The only thing you are not. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vinier's, she has had nothing but pure...
No!
You still don't understand. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no...
Vache.
Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
How interesting. I know he got tortured after that. My guy's gonna be remember that for a long time. He gonna be in one hook to never want to go outside again. Every time he sees the water, he gonna have PTSD.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Huh. Well met, partner. I knew...
Even this weather can't put a down.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia!
Oh, now that...
Sounds like you're...
It's just been one thing after... Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. This time, though, everyone in Poisson...
So his name's
It's been the dearest wish.
That... Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial. Well, maybe it'd be...
Huh? So you know Charlotte too?
Yeah, way back when I first became the... I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness. Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose. To be fair, though, she was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do...
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she... Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarand out for...
Oh, are you two on better...
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, it was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide.
Oh, that's great.
Anyway, now that the case is... actually...
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
We were...
Sure thing.
And in that case, everyone...
Yeah, you're right.
Huh? There's
something crazy on those robots.
Isn't that Nervalette?
I should have asked before.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for... I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt...
In that case, I will stop apologizing.
In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is just? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's... But Mr. Callus proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice that's higher than... So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callus in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the Opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work.
So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Didn't I just say you don't...
Ah, so Navia and Nervalette seem to have made... Let's not disturb them for now. Paimon's never paid respect? Huh? Oh, Paimon didn't know that was a thing? But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly. Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad. Anyway, Nervalette is still standing around there.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia...
Mm-hmm. We ran into Navia.
I see.
Well...
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure. My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrarily.
But you also...
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, The people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely... Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like...
So when Lenny told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's court...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede. If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight.
Is there anything else you'd like to add? Your sibling. Another. If he ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure he followed our laws to the letter and had no reason to appear on the stage of the... Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've...
That's right!
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted...
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro?
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been... If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
But with Farina being the way...
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primal...
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive... There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vacher discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets. Is there anything else you... Very well. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind.
You really are super busy.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well.
All right. You... Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped. anything you like?
Pardon me. Don't want to do these honey boys. That's all, buddy. Kind of disappointed. That'll be more. I mean, it took me 7 hours to finish, but hey, we did it. Let's see here. I have about 2 wishes and 1,000. Yeah, 1,144. I'm not feeling that. I'm not trying to become a flower collector. Six of these. Why do I have to collect flowers? What reason are they making me collect flowers for? I'm trying to face those guards. I might do his quest later on a later date. Where do you get those from? Rainbow Rose? This is... I never got any such tries. Prima gems for any event. 25? Where the heck are these flowers at? And I gotta find 5 of them. Where are they at? Under the sea? Can't believe Chad got it. Who's gonna prove Child's innocence? That might be my favorite cutscene, I'm gonna lie. Okay, where the heck do you find these at? Gardens. Want me to look for gardens for these? I need to find 5 of them. haircuts and childs. That guy's supposed to be innocent. Y'all doing this based off a system? Oh nah. So this is how y'all. I ain't gonna help you feel the same way y'all did. They found out who the real killer and still make him guilty? Oh nah. We're gonna be fighting after that. You know, I don't want to save you. I don't see no Genshin around. What happened? What's this? What you mean we didn't find nobody? Ain't bad her way for your words. That's what you're talking about? That's not a real fight, bro. We talk on all this stuff when we see those hands out, bro. You're gonna have to show me those hands. That disrespect. I'm trying to find these fine flowers I can get my primo gems. Excuse me. Hey, bud. I just came to
make
get
the most of these supplies.
Hey, why you chase me, buddy? I'm not trying to fight you. Calm down. This is not it.
Troubles. Suffocate.
Hide your archon, come help me.
Let's move out.
Bro, what's up with this music, bro? This ain't no battle music, bro. Someone's gonna be chasing me. I'm gonna jump into the water. Don't chase me down here, buddy. Under the sea. Alright, Becca, I don't see it. Freaking chopper talks once in a while. Who's not guilty? Excuse me, who's not guilty?
Let's move out.
I know I've made a mistake in coming here. I'm like, oh, so this is how their justice system works. Why did I come here? Bread. I don't see no garden. I've been running around for a long time. Still have not seen the flowers I'm looking for. Everything to hell. What's this? This ain't no garden. This is in the wild. They liked. They said it's gonna be in the garden. Hey.
Let's move out.
9 of them. But you're tripping. You're tripping to find 9 of those blue ones. Oh. Six.
Let's move out.
I'm tired of shenanigans. Where are these flowers at? they call me becoming an adventurer. Buddy, where's that at? That looks like it's on the other side of the world. Is that crab underwater, buddy? I don't know how people would be cheating for 10 hours straight. Is that one of them? Oh, I found my first victim. Wait. Wait a second. I just thought to myself, how would this even work? I'm about to die, buddy.
Allow me.
I'm curious, how is this event supposed to work? How are you going to fight enemies that you need that's underwater? Huh? It says they're right here. I don't see anything. What's that? What the heck is that? It's a domain in the water? Oh, that's rare. Come on, get to that domain. Why don't you attack? Why don't you? What you doing? It's time for you to go swim, buddy. Hey, why y'all still chase me?
So this is the thrill of adventure.
How that works. I guess it's time to go to the surface. got a lot of exploring to do underwater. research on YouTube. Is that what I'm looking for? Thank you, Mr. What is showing the way. I can get out. I just need one more. I can stop doing this. What is that? Why they got faces? Huh? Next quest. What you mean? You finally made it. What am I looking for again? What the heck? Where do you find this? That's the best definition y'all can give me to find that? It's run across the habitat of Fontaine. What kind of information is that? Did I miss one? No, I didn't. I need to know how he came up with the name Child. He's innocent. Let me go ahead and help him. I bet you are. When did this become Call of Duty? That's supposed to be Genshin. The boy instantly saw you and thought you were hostile. Think so.
Breathtaking.
Is that a giant? Looks like a phoenix. Time to get some meat. Hello, Mr. 89. How you doing?
Let me read you a verse.
With all my strength. All eyes on me. I see everything. Rest and rebuild. Let's move out. Everyone hold hands. Make yourselves at home. Rest and rebuild.
Rain outlines your fate. Witness the power of Google.
Let me help you pack this up.
It's time to go Ultra Instinct. is that? You're gigantic, buddy. You don't see me, buddy. I'm just a... You're gonna see a video on YouTube after Soji making Kofi the harder Archon.
Want a taste
Hey
of my
guys.
hammer?
No, I'm just passing by. But thanks for asking. Guess who? It's your buddies.
Hey! Positions!
Are they dead? Good. The last two was just me fighting. There's someone dancing over there. I'm sorry, buddy. I know you guys are dancing, but I'm going to need y'all to drop that loot. Hey. 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 Alright. Yeah, keep dancing.
Everyone hold hands! The Temple of Wisdom! Hold the line!
Ring cutter!
Covenant of the Deep! Rebuild!
No, my sword!
Use the switch, buddy.
Let's move out.
Rain outlines your fate. Know my sword. Rain cutter.
Oh, that's a boss?
Trust and rebuild.
Huh. What an interesting boss. They rather respawn really quickly. How interesting. Even though I just beat it, it usually will take a minute for a boss to respawn, usually. So what do I need to do again? Let's see. Check this. Oh, okay. Friend or foe? Do I always have to come to talk to him just to fight them every time? I did pick the right one, right? Yeah, I did. Good, good, good.
Everyone hold hands. Allow me.
Rain outlines your fate.
Position. The Temple of Wisdom.
Let me weave you a verse.
Covenant of the Deep. Trust and rebuild. Grow, grow, grow.
Here.
I should have thought this through more thoroughly.
All is accounted for. Let's move out. Good eye. Go! Huh?
There he is. I need to talk to him.
Phew.
Rain outlines your fate.
Trust me, Reba! Everybody stand back! Dog's over!
Let's light it up!
Don't worry, I got this.
Adventure time!
Off we go!
Rain cutter!
Go in! Time to go! Billowing surge! Allow me!
Let's light it up! Adventure time! No, my sword!
Everybody stand back!
Now, this is the same checkpoint I cannot find. Okay, where is this boss at? I can't find this boss. Gonna make me look the whole video. Where is this at? Very sneaky indeed. How interesting. This is where you were. It looks like a lot of pyro. So I feel like I should... Who should I bring?
Oh, you're calling for me? Coming! There are still so many places for us to explore.
Who should I bring? Try to think.
I hear you've got a job for me.
Zarya.
Whatever would you do without me?
Alright. Let's try this team, okay? Wait. What is this weird creature? Yeah, it looks disgusting. Destroy the Emperor Fire and Iron Twin Heart one time. Where's he at? who's the one in front of me. If that's him. So they're the same person? I don't understand, but whatever. Look at you, buddy.
No, my sword!
Hold the line!
Let me leave you a verse. Shiver!
Why the heck am I doing this? Don't go back over here. Dang well, she's not doing the damage she need to do. Let me get back up here. There's no way she about to do that damage. My gosh.
Are you going to hold a festival?
Where's Ben at?
You want me on your team?
Alright. Let's try this now. Try this again. Took me a while to find. He went sleep.
Time to act. No, my sword! Body and mind.
That's lava, buddy.
Allow me!
Rain outlines your fate. Witness the power of Gua. Teamwork is dreamwork!
Rest and rebuild! Let's move out.
No, my sword!
Allow me!
Ring cutter!
And I'm missing something.
Let me weave you a verse.
I gotta... Yeah.
Hit me like that unless you got beat with the sword.
I see everything.
Rain outlines your fate. Ring cutter.
With all my strength. Take.
Ad Astra. Thank you for complete.
Being a listener has never been enough for me. I've always dreamed of going out and seeing things for myself. You're such... Thank you for allowing me to be your companion, and for teaching me so many...
Perhaps you could reconsider the spice ratio a bit.
Very interesting. Oh, that was not all I wanted to look into. find a fact. I do that on a later date. She's still too funny. She needs to know. Need you to know. Foot slower. I still need to know who that is. I heard them call her by 2 different names. That's when I lost. That's when they confused me. Wasn't too bad, but I was expecting more. I don't know how y'all expect me to get that. I'm going back down now.
Let's move out. Let's move out.
I've never been so confused by a character in my life. What is this? Well done. It's time we to end that. It's been 8 hours. So, I gotta say my favorite part of the arc was that child part. I wasn't too interested in the story, because I was seeing him become a real investigator at that point. Where'd she pull out those glasses from? Looking goofy. I'm not letting anybody take over my case with glasses like that. You got another assistant instead of her? She look like she about to sabotage you, bro. No. But I need to know what artifacts is good for her. Lynette. You see, my thing is, I like looking at the attributes. Refers to what they need on it, right? It doesn't tell me. The same with the Traveler. When I checked on them, it did not tell me anything. So that's when I had confusing. Said, all right, let me take off the Traveler. There's no need for her. Someone tell me if on the last stream, use the Traveler. You want me to use that character to not build? Are you trying to get me to sacrifice my life for a Traveler?
Just what will we come across this time?
I'm hoping you come across a new outfit.
Water jet!
So I'm confused. What does this do? What did that just go off of? I see HP, hydro damage. You study the element inflow. What the heck? She look like she might be actually interesting. It's time to build the Traveler. Yeah. Let's get this off of her. Let me look at these artifact sets. It's the first time I want to actually use the Traveler. What's this? Does it do? Increased element skill by 20. 4-piece set, increased element skill damage by 20. In addition, when not on the field, skill damage further increased by. I'm going to have to look at the whole video because. What about this one? City of Gold? Is that a new one? No, it's not. I forgot we had this one. I thought there was 2 new ones. What's the other one called? Wasn't there 2 new ones? What is this? I swear there was 2 new domains, right? New artifact domains. So, how many new domains are there? I have to make sure. Huh? What you mean you don't know? I'm Well, I look up a whole video for Traveler because that's kind of trash. I need to learn how the strawberry works.
Water jet!
I'm trying to find out. Does her skill kill her? What is this nonsense? You hold it and your HP goes down? Let me see. I might die in one shot, but it's worth a test. Oh. Give me that HP, I'll take that. No. I'm not trying to fight you. I was joking. Well, it's an interesting. Any interesting weapons?
There'll be an extra fee for that.
I have 2,000 pretty much jumps. So I mean, save for 2 months.
Can we play Finger next time?
I'm gonna have enough to do if I lose. Same thing for 2 months. Watch you have enough to get a 5-star, and you lose, then you get another one. Yeah, that's gonna be me.
There'll be an extra fee for that.
Well, that's it for now. I'll probably get back on her later and continue level 90. Level 90 her. Kokumi. Update. Huh? What happened? There's only 2 chapters this new quest. I wanted to see what happened to Child. I never thought I was expecting that. You know what I wasn't expecting? Of course, I'm gonna become Payton. So I might well try to get her. Well.
Uh-huh, yep, you're right.
I'm gonna go switch accounts. Well, guys. Thanks for enjoying 4.0 with me. I love those 2 the Archon quests. I love how the personality of the Archon is.
Uh-huh, yep, you're right.
And she's straightforward. Sometimes she'll get stuff wrong, but for the most part, it was a cool quest. I love that cutscene with Child. So this is how you do things around here. I feel like it was kind of cool.
Military strategy
He still got laid out, but he's still my favorite guy.
Those are my favorite.
And I feel like I have never tried to build the Traveler. Even when I was AR1 when I first started the game, I had never tried to use the Traveler. So, Lynette, I'm going to try to build Lynette and the Traveler. After I look up what kind of artifacts you need, if you have any ideas who I should build next from what characters I have, put it down in the comments. If you want to see more videos like this, and if you want to see that
respect must
her brother's story quest right here, like, subscribe, turn on notifications, hit the like button, and I'll see y'all in the next video. So
Each fish
just
in the
out.
ocean swims in its own direction.